Good evening. And I forgot to change the game. There we go. Okay, so I changed the tools needed to play this game. So hopefully there's less typos. If you recall from last time, I was basically transcribing the entire text. It turns out there is a way to just get the text from the game. So we will see if that works. One thing I need to quickly check first. Can you hear the game? Because in my headphones it's louder than my voice. Or maybe nobody is here yet. I don't like waiting 15 minutes to start a stream. And everyone streams on Saturday internet. Okay, well, let's just play catch up on YouTube if you miss it. September 7, 10. District Court. Courtroom number. Number 1. Court is now in session 4. The trial of Ms. Maya Fey. Edgeworth, the prosecution is. Ready, Your Honor. Phoenix, the defense. Is ready, Your Honor. Miles Edgeworth. I'd better not show any signs of weakness today, or he'll be on me in an instant. Judge, Mr. Edgeworth. Please give the court your opening statement. Hello, Strider. Edgeworth. Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, was at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has evidence she committed this murder. And we have a witness who saw her do it. I'm not sure if this is any faster. The text lines are broken up on multiple lines, so if I just copied the lines themselves, they pause. Edgeworth. Reason to doubt the facts of this case, Your Honor. Judge AC. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's begin then. Hi, Strider. Yes, the family stream was fun. I did stream it too, but I didn't announce it. Liz was the one who organized it. And no, Liz, Purple, and Con all play together anyway. I'm usually in everyone's streams. Takahata and Man pretty much stream together all the time. So this is the first time where everyone played together. I would like to play with him more often. Keep in mind that for me, puzzle games are usually the easier to stream. Whereas Crab Game and Among Us, I can't really say anything to the stream and to the other players at the same time. like push to talk, is hard to sync with TTS. So it has to be OpenMake. On the plus side, TTS makes it hard to suss out someone from a voice. Like if you listen to the streams, Hazumi has a tail when she lies. I'm not says. Liz is very good at keeping a running commentary. So is Take. No, I think Hazumi just doesn't like being put on the spot. Me, I'm just bad at lying in general. Well, one of the reasons for using the TTS in the first place was so I could stream without making noise. After I complained about a neighbor making noise and obscenities at 2 in TG morning. Edgeworth, if we may call our first witness, Your Honor. Edgeworth, the prosecution calls the chief officer at the scene, Detective Gumshoe. Witness, please state your name and profession to the court. Gumshoe, sir. My name's Deck Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. Edgeworth, Detective Gumshoe. Edgeworth, please describe for us the details of this murder. Gumshoe. Very well, sir. Let me use this floor map of the office to explain. The body was found by this window here. Is this a north-oriented floor plan? Because the blinking outline is on the south side. Elsa. With this door, I come. And this hole in the west wall. Anyway. Edgeworth and the cause of death. Gumshoe, loss of blood due to being struck by a blunt object, sir. Gumshoe, the murder weapon was a statue of the thinker found next to the body, sir. So if you were here for the first two parts, the thinker is a claw. And it was the murder weapon in the first case. Gumshoe, it was heavy enough to be a deadly weapon even in a girl's hands, sir. Hey, that's a suggestion. How does he know a girl could wield it? Judge, the court accepts the statue as evidence. Fate thinks they're still calling it a statue. Floor plans added to the court record. Yes, Strider, that's the difference between a baseball bat to poke things and to beat things. Edgeworth, now detective. Gumshoe, why, yes, sir. Edgeworth, you immediately arrested Miss Maya Fay, who was found at the scene, correct? Can you tell me why? Gumshoe. Yes, sir, at hard evidence she did it, sir. Judge Tom. Detective Gumshoe. Please testify to the court about this hard evidence. Maya Fay's arrest. As soon as the phone call came in, I rushed to the scene. There were two people there already. Gumshoe, the defendants, Maya Fay, and the lawyer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I immediately arrested Miss Maya Fay. Why, we had a witness account describing her. The witness saw Ms. Maya Fay at the very moment of the murder. Judge, the very moment you say, very well. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Venus, I yes, Your Honor. Cross-examine what? I couldn't say a single contradiction in that testimony. Whoosh. Smack, smack. Hey, Mia just threw something at me. Oh, we're passing notes. What this? When my sister couldn't find any contradictions in a witness's testimony. She would bluff it and press the witness on every detail. The witness always slips up and says something wrong. Well, obviously. You're putting pressure, huh? Gaslighting them. It worked lots of times. You should have expected Maya would know some of her sister's tricks. Who's the real lawyer here? Obviously not Phoenix. All right. Let's give this a try. Gaslighting is basically pressuring someone into believing something else, that they misremembered a detail or whatever. It's usually used in the context of person to person experiences, and almost always in a trolling sense. Judge, something the matter? So one issue I'm having with this other tool is that any line said is never repeated because it's based on a translation tool. So if you suddenly see me make a face at during this because I'm typing a dove. Phoenix, no, Your Honor. I'd like to begin my cross-examination. So like before, this is just a repeat of the last time. No, Strider, I suddenly make faces when something isn't what I expect. Like Ransom making a joke induces a visual. You know how some people say they have no imagination. No third eye. No ability to visualize something in great detail. Well, I have something closer to photographic memory. So if you describe something in enough detail, I'll probably visualize it. Which makes me cringe when it involves body fluids or parts. Phoenix, who did you say you got a call from? Gumshoe, hey pal, don't play. Dumb, you know who. The pink haired girl across the street who you failed to name. Gumshoe, the call was from a customer at the Gatewater Hotel, right across from the crime scene. Phoenix, I'm okay, I pressed. Not sure it did much though. Right. Please continue. Hold on just 1 second. Gumshoe, yeah. Phoenix, if I heard correctly. You said you arrested her because you had hard evidence. She did it, correct? Gumshoe. Huh. Did I say that? Me. Phoenix, exactly what about this? Suspicious woman in pinks. Claim with hard evidence. Gumshoe, what? Gumshoe, Miss May isn't suspicious, and she sure isn't pink, pal. Gumshoe, well, I guess she is pink. Judge, that enough, Detective Gumshoe. Do you have any more solid proof other than her claims, Detective? Gumshoe. Phoenix, I guess pressing, can have its advantages. Gumshoe, yes. Phoenix, yeah. Gumshoe, sir, I got the order of things mixed up in my testimony, Your Honor, sir. I think he thought the witness was cute. Gumshoe, there was something I should have told you about first, Your Honor. Judge. Very well, Detective. Let's hear your testimony again. Hard evidence. Gumshoe, after securing the suspect, I examined the scene of the crime with my own eyes. I found a memo written on a piece of paper next to the victim's body. On it, the word Maya was written clearly in blood. Lab test results show that the blood was the victim's. Also, there was blood found on the victim's finger. Before she died, the victim wrote the killer's name. Obviously not. Gumshoe, how you like that? That my hard evidence. Judge, Now here's the thing. Remember what the report said? Death was instantaneous. So how do you write the name of the killer after you are dead? So let's get something straight here. I do vaguely recall this cave. But I think the clues were pretty clear. Remember the tampered phone? This is how the killer knew what to look for and when. The papers should be in the base of the clock. And where the body was is facing away from the window. So how do you hit someone with a statue and then face the opposite direction? No, it doesn't say which direction she was hit from. But given the position of things, you don't hit someone from the front. And if you saw the opening animation, you'd notice that someone used it like a club. You don't die instantly from a single blunt force trauma except on the head. And really, you'd have to hit them hard enough to fracture the skull. Like, I've personally been hit in the face with a baseball bat. More than once. So it would have to be a pretty hard blow. Judge, before we begin cross-examination, I have a question for you, Detective. Gumshoe, why, Your Honor? Judge, why didn't you testify about this vital piece of evidence the first time? Gumshoe, I know. I'm real embarrassed I forgot about it. Your Honor, sir. Judge, try to be more careful. Judge, very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Objection!
Phoenix, Detective Gumshoe. I'm probably jumping the gun again. There's one thing I want you to clarify for me here. You say that the victim, Mia Fey, wrote this note. That she was accusing. The defendant, Mia Fey. That really what you're saying? Gumshoe, what? This isn't one of those lawyer tricks now, is it? Of course she wrote it. Who else could have? Phoenix, you have it backwards, detective. Gumshoe backwards. Phoenix, the victim is the only person who absolutely could not have written it. This is a report from your department, detective. Immediate death due to a blow from a blunt object. Incidentally. The victim writing the name of the killer is basically a fiction. Anyone who is still alive enough to write the name of the killer before they die isn't dead, are they? So in films, into drama. Usually, it's a shortcut. Like, for example, if I have a recording of a conversation with one person, and I finger the killer in that conversation, and then did. What is to stop the killer from just cleaning it up? The killer was revealed in Blood the Victim. Yeah, if this was a real thing, it's more like the killer didn't intend to kill the target. The killer wounds the target in a scuffle. and then comes back to leave no loose ends. Which there clearly would not be a bloody paid. So in most cases, it's just an invented thing for drama. You know that who killed J.R. Ewing on Dallas, or who shot Mr. Burns on The Simpsons. It's basically just a way to make people have a plot hook. And in this case, literally, it's no different. Phoenix, she died immediately. Gumshoe, but Phoenix. No, but think your way out of this one, detective. Technically, this case is still tutorial. Judge, order, order! Judge, the defense has a point. Someone who died immediately wouldn't have had the time to write anything down. That's what I said.
Objection!
Edgeworth, Mr. Wright. I beg your pardon, but when exactly did you obtain that autopsy report? Whoa. He's gonna reveal one with a different time or something. It would have to be the day after the murder. Wait, what day was it again in the game? It's currently the 7th in the game. So that would be the day after it. Phoenix, it was the day after the murder. Judge, the prosecution's point. Being? Edgeworth, that autopsy report is outdated, Your Honor. Phoenix, for what? Detective Wadager. Edgeworth, a second autopsy was performed yesterday at my request. Death was almost immediate due to a blow from a blunt object. But there is a possibility the victim lived for several minutes after the blow. I actually remember this. I received these results this morning. Phoenix, in no way. Edgeworth, Your Honor. It's quite easy to imagine that the victim did have time to write math. That is all. Judge, I see. If this was an American court drama, the judge would rip a strip off the lawyer for not submitting it to the courting. The first place. Phoenix, damn you, Edgeworth. I should have known you'd have something up your sleeve. Why, Miss Ray? You look shocked. Can I none of the above? Like all of these are outbursts. Let's just go for the lower throat. Phoenix, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard there's nothing you would do to get your verdict. What reason could you possibly have had to request a second autopsy report? Judge, Mr. Wright, the defense will refrain from personal attacks on the prosecution. Edgeworth, no matter, your honor. Mr. Wright. Say what you will, the evidence in this report is undeniable. Your Honor, I submit this. Report to the court. Judge, Your Honor, I submit this. Report to the court. Emma. Judge, who understood? The court accepts the evidence. Sorry, I copied the previous message. Autopsy report updated in the court record. Edgeworth. Well, Your Honor. The evidence strongly suggests the victim was identifying the killer. Judge, I suppose that the obvious conclusion, yes. Phoenix. Darn, this isn't good. Edgeworth, the prosecution would like to call its next witness. The pink and blue girl from across the street. This poor innocent girl saw the murder with her own eyes. Judge, let the witness, Miss April May, take the stand. Phoenix, exactly what part of her is innocent? Edgeworth, witness your name, please. They put an animated jiggle. April May, at your service? Judge, order. An introduction should not require any reaction from the crowd. Will the wolves in the peanut gallery calm themselves? The witness will refrain from wanton winking. Look at his eyes bug out. April, Yes, Your Honor. Phoenix, this is not good. She's already captured the heart of every man in this courtroom. Horn dogs, all of them. Edgeworth, tell us, where were you on the night of September 5 when the murder occurred? April, there I was, like, in my hotel room, tee. I checked in right after lunch. Edgeworth, and this hotel is directly across from the Fay Court law offices. April, Mom, that right, big boy. Judge, please testify to the court about what you saw. I'll be right back. Witnesses account. April, it was like 9:00 at night. I looked out the window, you know. April, and then I saw a woman with long hair being attacked. April, the one attacking her was the mousy girl sitting in the defendant's chair. Then the woman dodged to one side and ran away. But that girl, she caught up to her and she hit her. Then the woman with the long hair. She kinda slumped. The end. That's all I saw. Every little bitsy witsy. Oh, judge him. Edgeworth. Well, Your Honor. Judge, I see. It is a remarkably solid testimony. The heck it is. I don't see a need. Trouble the witness and a... Phoenix. Double you wait, Your Honor. Judge. Yes, Mr. Wright. Phoenix. What about my cross? Examination. Keep it in your pants, Judge. Judge, I thought the witness's testimony just now was quite firm, didn't you? Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, I understand you were Miss Mia Fay's understudy, were you not? You must know her techniques well. Her cowardly way of finding tiny faults in perfectly good testimonies. This guy sounds stuck up. I should check V9 to see what voices that he used. Actually, that might spoil it. Phoenix, hey, how dare you? Judge, will you cross-examine the witness? Phoenix, I'll gladly proceed with. Phoenix, I'll gladly proceed with the cross-examination. If only because I have a feeling Edgeworth doesn't want me to. She has to have some weakness. Judge, very well, you may begin your cross-examination. I wonder if we can just abuse Press and see if she flips it. Actually.
Objection!
How could she see? Phoenix. Objection. Phoenix, why did you do that? April, why what? Phoenix, why did you look out the window? Were you expecting to see something? April, oh well, gee. Phoenix, what? That's it. She can't get out of this question that easily. April, I sort of, I had a feeling. She had a feeling that her boobs were going to run away from her. Phoenix, well, I have a feeling she's trying to avoid the question. Maybe I should press a little harder on this one. Let's see how far I can. Run with this. Surely you must have had a reason to look out your window at that time of night. Cheshire Green. April.
Objection!
Edgeworth. Objection. Mr. Wright, I will not have. You badgering my witness. Phoenix. Badgering. Edgeworth, you insist on nibbling her with these trivial questions. I really don't think it should be allowed. You sussy Becky. Judge order. Mr. Wright, you have been warned. Phoenix, poor girl, what about poor me? Edgeworth, you looked out the window. What did you see next?
Hold it!
Phoenix, how do you know she was the defendant? April, huh? Well, you know. And she had a girlish physique. Women know these things. Okay, I just know, okay. Edgeworth, there was only one person at the scene of the crime with a short, girlish figure. The testimony is bulletproof. Your Honor. Phoenix, hold on a minute. That testimony stinks. April, W what? Well, here's the thing. Do we think she's the murderer or the accomplice? I'd like to know what time she checked in. Are you telling the truth? Did you really see the defendant? Judge Mr. Wright. What's the meaning of this? April, yes, what is the meaning? Somebody tell me because I'm clueless. About this, I mean. Phoenix. Okay. Like you can't see in the dark. And the body was below the window. Phoenix, if you had really witnessed my client, Maya Fa, you would have noticed her. Close before noticing her. Fizzy. April. ... Phoenix, no one wears clothes like this on a daily basis, except her. And I'm no expert on fashion, but her character looks far from normal to me. However, the witness's testimony mentions neither of these things. The testimony is bogus. Well, that's true. If you witness something, you identify the clothes, the hair, the height relative to others. That's why in American courts they do the thing with the identify who you saw line up. Because most of the time, an eyewitness is unreliable. And the longer time goes on from the event, the more unreliable. Given this is a game in a Japanese court, I'm willing to give it lead. April, Bud. Judge, still we don't know if she was dressed that way the night of the murder. Well, yes, we do, because she hasn't changed clothes. Phoenix, she was your honor. I saw her. And so did Detective Gumshoe. What do you say to that, Miss May? April Brower, what are you trying to say? You mean lawyer. Not the nervous twit. I saw what I saw. I just didn't think all the trifling little details were necessary, darling. Judge, Miss May. Tell the truth, you did. The court would like to remind you to please omit nothing in your testimony. April, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll be a good girl. I promise. You know, every time the text says wink, she bounces her boobs. Judge, your testimony again, if you would. Judge, damn, I almost had her. Phoenix, damn, I almost had her. April, I did see everything. I did. April, the victim, the woman, dodged the first attack and ran off to the right. The right, you say? April. Then the girl in the hippie clothes ran after her. And she hit her with that weapon. I saw that I did. Hey, so remember the contradiction about clock or statue? How do you know it's a clock from across the street? If you weren't actually at the scene of the crime. April, that clock, akin to statue or clock? The thinker, I think. April, well, does the accuracy of my report not startle you? Tee-hee. Judge, I see. Judge, I only wish you had been so detailed from the beginning. I think I know what I'm going to fix in this tool after stream. So I don't have to keep re-editing the lines. Judge, please begin the cross-examination.
Objection!
Right. Objection. Miss May. What you said just now was quite revealing. Not everything is a horny reference. April revealing, "Ooh, you'd like that, wouldn't you, naughty Mr. Lawyer?" Phoenix, you just said that that's it. Statue of the Thinker. Was a clock. But there's no way of knowing that just by looking at it. April. Burp. Phoenix, another person in much the same position as you recently called this a clock. And he was found guilty of murder. Judge, order. Phoenix, Miss May, can you explain how you know this was a clock? April, lure.
Objection!
Edgeworth, the witness saw the murder with her own eyes. That's all that's important here. The defense is trying to confuse the issue with trivial concerns. Judge, yes, of course. You will withdraw your question, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
Phoenix, but questions are all I have, Your Honor. And as you may recall, I've caught murderers with these questions before. Such a dramatic line. Well, only once. Judge ... Objection sustained. You may continue to question the witness. Phoenix. Ooh, that was close. If he stopped me there, the trial would be over. April, oh what? So what happens now? What happens now is you answer my question. How did you know it was a clock? April, what? Teach that. Now, if you recall, Mr. Butts made it. Which means she is caught in a lie. Because the only correct answer to that would be, I'm Mr. Butts. April, what? Teach that? Because I heard it. Anyone getting deja vu? April, yes, I heard. It say the time? Do clocks in Japan regularly say the time? Especially in 2001 version of 2016. Like Alexa, Siri, and Google don't do that either unless you prompt them to. Phoenix, so you've been to the law offices of Fayco. April, and then no, hey, I didn't see. That. Why would I go there? I heard it from my hotel room. Hehe. No, she didn't. Because it was made to not work. That reminds me. I once fixed a clock for my grandma. Because it played music on the hour every hour. And she was sick of it after a while. So I opened it up and just disconnected the speaker. So you can trivially alter a digital clock. Particularly one that makes noise. Edgeworth, the law offices of Fayco, where the murder took place, is very close to the hotel. She could easily have. Heard the clock. Judge Ham. Well, Mr. Wright, are you satisfied? Phoenix, no, Your Honor. I can't give up now. I don't know why, but I'm craving spaghetti. One second. I'll forget it. I'm not paying $20 for a plate of something I can make here. Phoenix, she couldn't have heard it. You work at the hotel. There's no way you could have heard a clock go off in the building next door. I have a feeling that was the wrong answer.
Objection!
Edgeworth, you have proof that she could not. Phoenix, Edgeworth, amateurs. Listen to me, mister. Right. In the courtroom, proof is everything. Without it, you have nothing. You ain't learning nothing. Then I would like to propose a test to see if she really could have heard. Edgeworth, the prosecution denies your request. Phoenix, what? On what grounds? Edgeworth, this is a trivial matter with no direct bearing on the case at hand. Star. Judge indeed. Objection sustained. damn time to switch. Directions quick. Judge, ready to proceed. Mr. Wright. Phoenix, no, Your Honor. I can't give up now. Your Honor, members of the court. It is inconceivable that the clock in question rang. That clock is missing its clockwork. Judge, how could you possibly? Phoenix, just take a look right now. Judge, ... Oh. Phoenix, see anything interesting? Your Honor. Judge, it is as the defense says. This clock is missing its clockwork. It's quite empty. Mr. Wright. Would you care to explain to the court the meaning of this? Phoenix, it is as you can see. The clock was empty. It couldn't have run. Therefore, this witness is a big fat liar. April fat? Phoenix. Well, Miss May. Edgeworth, Edgeworth. Phoenix. Edgeworth. Quite a show you've put on for us, Mr. Wright. Phoenix. He knew the clock was empty. Somehow he knew. Edgeworth, I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing, however. Indeed, the clock is empty. As you say, it can't ring. However, we must ask, when was the clockwork removed? If it was after the witness heard the clock, then there is no contradiction. Judge. That's true. That is a possibility. The clock might have been emptied after she heard it. Edgeworth, and that is exactly what happened, Your Honor. Judge. Well, Mr. Wright. Can you prove when the clockwork was removed? Edgeworth. Ho ho. Impossible, of course. Actually. Since Mr. Wright works there. He could have just known. But the cell phone is the actual proof. Phoenix, I have proof. Edgeworth. W what? Phoenix, wasn't it you who told me proof is everything? Well, I was listening. And now I'll show you the proof you like so much. The evidence that proves when the clockwork was removed.
Take that!
Take a look at this. Judge Ham. That's a very cute cell phone. That's also how you know it's made in 2001. Because Barstar cell phones stopped having antennas sticking out of them in 2004. April Hulu. You have a girly phone. Phoenix, W, wait. Bill. Is it my phone? Listen. This is the defendant's cell phone. and it contains a recording. A recording of a conversation she had with the victim on the day of the murder. Judge, order, order. Edgeworth, the defendant's cell phone. Teach, this wasn't brought to my attention. Phoenix. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe overlooked it. Edgeworth, the good detective better remember he's up for relation soon. Phoenix, I gotta say, I'm starting to feel bad for the big fella. Let's hear the conversation. B. So you just want me to hold on to the finger for you then? If you could. Oh, I should probably tell you the clock isn't talking right now. Huh, it's not working. That's lame. I had to take the clockwork out, sorry. September 5, 9:27 AME. Beep. Phoenix, Your Honor. I think this makes it clear the clockwork was already gone by the time this was recorded. which was well before the witness even arrived at her hotel. April, Ma. Phoenix. Well, Miss May. Would you care to explain this to the court? Just how did you know that weapon was a clock? April. Well? Well, isn't it obvious? I saw that clock before. What store was that again? I go to so many. Oops, I forgot. What? Wing. Judge, so the witness had seen it before. That would make sense. Don't jump to that conclusion, Judge. I knew the judge wouldn't know it because Mr. Butts only said he made the clock after the case was closed. But the fact is that Mr. Butts made the clock. So it's AOIK, one of a kind. Judge, does the defense have any objections, Mr. Wright? The witness claims she had seen it before. But this directly contradicts a piece of evidence already submitted to this court. Judge, well then, let's see it. Please produce as evidence that will prove the witness had not seen the clock before.
Take that!
Phoenix, it's simple. This clock was never in any store ever. April, what? Phoenix, a friend of mine made that clock. Only two exist in the world. And the one that isn't here is in police custody. April, I am possible. Everything is sold in stores. Phoenix, Miss May, I think it's high time you went shopping for a better excuse. April Mint. Phoenix, so excuses not on sale today. April ho 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 ho. Come serve. Or where are we? What a two, Porcupine Head. That stupid clock doesn't matter, okay. She did it, and she should die for it. Die. Judge, WW4. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is a court of law, and the witness will remain calm. April, her. Her, hey. Oh! Oh! This silly me. Did I not lose it? I guess I did. Tee-hee. Phoenix. That's scary. Judge, Miss May, let me ask. Tell me, how did you know the weapon was a clock? April. Judge, huh? Oh dear. Judge, does the defense have an opinion on this behavior? She had to have been there. Gotta save your game prompt if there ever was one. Phoenix, okay, this is it. Allow me to explain how I see the truth of the matter. Miss April May, you knew the weapon was a clock because... The witness had never held the clock in her hand. However, she had heard that it was a clock. Judge, she heard. Phoenix, that is correct, Your Honor. There is no other way she could have known the thinker was a clock. And I can show you the proof. Judge, well, this is interesting. Let's see it then. Let's see it then. Show me evidence proving that the witness had heard. The murder weapon was a clock. Now, here's the thing. If I submit the phone's head, that is admitting to tampering with the witness. But if I submit the recording again, that doesn't prove she heard it. And honestly, I think the game developers didn't think that far ahead. So let's just submit the phone bug and see what happens.
Take that!
Venus, have a look at this. April, oh, ew. Fat hehe. Remember when I mentioned earlier about tampering with things? Phones, at least old analog phones. Have 2 wires for the speaker and 2 for the microphone. You can tap them, but it requires pi. Bah. if you tap the actual line. It's self-powered. And you hear both sides of the conversation. Only 2 wires are used for that. Phoenix, I found this in Miss May's room. Judge, Mr. Wright, please explain to the court what this is. Phoenix, Miss April May. You were tapping the victim's Mia Faye's phone, were you not?
Objection!
Edgeworth, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. He, the witness, is not the one on trial. Judge, I'm not entirely sure that it is. Objection overruled. It troubles me that our witness was in possession of a wiretap. Edgeworth, this is outrageous. Does the defense truly claim that the witness was tapping her phone? Phoenix, absolutely. Edgeworth, even if that was the case, which it's not, you still have to prove one thing. the victim ever say that the weapon was a clock on the phone? Can you prove that? I think not. Phoenix, yeah. I think I see An. It's simple. Edgeworth, what? Phoenix, here's my proof. I present the defendant's cell phone. Judge, yes, we've seen that. Listen once more to the conversation between the defendant and the victim. It's a clock. Miss April May. You used a wiretap to listen to this conversation. That's how you knew. The finger was a clock. Am I wrong? April, on.
Objection!
Edgeworth, Your Honor, this is ridiculous. Phoenix, Your Honor, look at the witness's face. Does she seem amused to you? The defense demands an answer. April Elena Worth. Judge, witness, answer the question. Did you tap her phone? April ... Judge, Miss May. Answer the question, you fake now. April, shut up all of you. What gives you the right? ULAWYER. Why, it's no fair. All of you ganging up on me like that. Oh, so I'm the bad girl. Is that it? Is that it? Linda. Phoenix, that did it. The court's seeing. The real Miss April May now. Now to deal the final blow. Phoenix, Miss May. What is it, you little shrimp? Talk to me in that tone of voice, will you? Phoenix, you killed her, didn't you? Probably jumping the gun. Judge, order, there will be order. April, what? How can you possibly? Say that. Are you mad? All I did was a little wiretapping. close. So you admit you tapped her phone. April, hey, you're raw. But wait. I didn't do anything bad like murder. I'm a good girl. Phoenix, really? Can you prove it? The witness is not the one on trial. Phoenix, no way can she prove it. You think you're so smart, Mr. Lawyer. But I can prove it. And I will. Phoenix, you can't be serious. No way. April, way, I say way. Oh, and I assure you. I'm serious, Mr. Lawyer. Emph? Okay, so the killing happened around 9:00 at night. Why, that's just when I was getting room service from that sweet bellboy. Phoenix, a room service. April iced coffee, I believe it was. Iced coffee, you know. Like normal coffee, but cold. Sure. If you don't drink it quick, the ice melts and then you have regular cold coffee. I wouldn't know. Iced coffee. April, think I'm making this up. Ask the bellboy. Edgeworth. Ergo, the witness was not on the scene at the time of the murder. Judge, so where does that leave us? Edgeworth, it is my great displeasure to inform. That the witness appears to have been tapping the victim's telephone. However, that is a separate crime with no bearing on the current case whatsoever. Her testimony stands. She saw the defendant, Maya Fey, commit murder. Phoenix. No, they're going to. Let her just walk away. Phoenix, there's no way I can win this unless I tie Miss May to the murder somehow. Judge, well, does the defense have anything to say? So again, we have the glass shards of the lamp, which means the witness couldn't have seen anything. Plus, we have the location of the body and the lamp. Here's the thing. I don't think the bellboy proves anything for the case. And I think we can just examine Miss May and point out the light. Either way, the game is still a bit forgiving he. Because I think what will happen is I select the top answer and Edgeworth goes, sure whatever, and the bellboy shows up and says, yep, I brought Miss May Tim Hortons iced cap. But does that prove anything? Because if we call the bellboy, we lose examining Miss May, I think. So I'm going to pick the second answer. Edgeworth, what exactly do you? Have left to examine Mr. Bright. Miss April May has admitted. To the wiretap, yes. But that bears no relevance to the case at hand, murder. See, that's what I expected. There's no way you can prove any connection. Oh, I think this can't be the end, but I'm out of evidence. Judge, then I believe the cross. Examination is over. Judge, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution have any other witnesses to call? Edgeworth, none, Your Honor. She's the last. Phoenix. What be but that means? Maya's guilty. W. Wait, Your Honor. Judge, yes, Mr. Wright. Phoenix, the defense would like tea. Call the bellboy after all. It wouldn't be a visual novel style story if you could ignore a branch of the narrative. Edgeworth. Iskisty. As I thought. Phoenix. May I remind you, dear Mr. Wright, should you question the bellboy? And Miss April May's alibi proved to be solid. Then, by default, your client, Miss Maya Fay, will be pronounced guilty. Are you prepared to accept my condition? Phoenix, Edgeworth. He's got me backed into a corner. Well, it wouldn't be a good drama if I just smacked Edgeworth and won in a minute, would it? Bring on Mr. Icecare. Phoenix, but I don't see any other way to take this. I accept. Judge, very well. Judge, the court calls the hotel bellboy to the stand. Just so you. You usually can't grab a witness at a moment's notice. Like they have to be summoned by the court. And if they're working the day, they probably have to be summoned at their place of work. Edgeworth, I believe we're ready for the witness to testify. He certainly does look like a bellboy. Does the bellboy have a name, or shall I keep calling him Mr. Icecap? Bellboy, yes sir. I received your summons in the middle of work, sir. I'm happy to be of service. Fried Haru's joke. Judge, that tea set looks rather heavy, so without further ado... The witness may begin his testimony. Bellboy, very good, sir. bellboy is going to remain nameless. Okay, I'm just gonna keep calling him Ice Cap. Ice Cup, I'm the head bellboy at the fine Gatewater Hotel, in business for 4 generations. I believe I received a call after 80 in the evening from our guest, Miss May. She asked for an iced coffee to be brought to her at 90 on the dot, sir. Sounds like she planned the alibi. I brought it to her at precisely the requested time, of course. And I delivered the iced coffee to our guest, Miss May herself. Judge, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Phoenix. Right. I'm ready. I hope. This is it. If I can't prove Miss May was involved with the murder now. Maya will be finished. Phoenix, are you sure it was Miss May on the phone? Icecap, absolutely, sir. Phoenix, each how can you be so certain? Icecap, I checked Miss Mayan personally, sir. Not only did I see her in all her stunning radiance, but I also heard her voice. What a... THEM. Are you talking about her blue bar, an accomplice?
Snowem raided my stream with 11 viewers.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Snow. And then I saw THEM. And... oh look, he's blushing. Must have been Boo. Hi Snow, the verified thing just requires the email or phone number to be verified. It's to keep bots from being able to spam the channel. Icecap. The point being I remembered her quite well, sir. Judge, yes, within. Nine zero on the dot, you say. Icecap, yes. I confirmed that detail several times. I have only played it to this case, I think before, on the DS. But that was so long ago. The reason I know it has to be this case was because I think Phoenix one's up on trial in the next one. And I didn't get to play that one. Icecap, she was watching a program on the TV and wished to drink after she finished, sir. Phoenix, 9-0 the time of the murder. Phoenix, precisely 9-0 then. Icecap. Precisely, exactly, and most definitely, sir. 9-0 pound. Phoenix, how can you be so sure? Phoenix, Miss May was quite insistent that it be brought then. Oh, Bellboy, T-Gad, like light, iced coffee at exactly 9-0. Something like that, sir. Therefore, I knock down her door at the crack of 9-0, sir. Phoenix, why would she be seen? Particular about the time. Phoenix, you are sure it was Miss April May herself? Icecap, absolutely, sir. Phoenix, absolutely. That's not how endearing works. Icecap, yes, sir, as in, so very absolutely, sir. It's an enduring mannerism of mine. Phoenix, how come you're so very certain? Icecap, well, when I brought the room service, sis. What the heck? Icecap, as she the guest, sir. Favorite BW in Embracer, sir. Phoenix, embrace, is that French for embrace? Please stop. Icecap, it's French for kiss, sir. But not a French kiss, sir. More of a peck on the cheek. Phoenix. But why would she have done that? Ice Cap, I believe, perhaps, she was momentarily swayed by my prim demeanor, sir. I believe she was being a fake flirt. Ice Cap, it was a moment I shall never ever forget, sir. Phoenix, sounds pretty fishy to me. I think our Miss May was up to something and wanted the bellboy to remember her. Phoenix, it's no good. There's nothing there. Is that it? Edgeworth Tisk. Finally, you understand. This bellboy has absolutely no reason to lie. No, he's just guilty of being a bit whore. No. If you have any decency, you will end this rather tedious cross-examination here. Judge him. It was avidious. The witness may leave the stand. I can't let this happen, can I? Oh wait, please wait. Judge, yes. Does the defense have something to add? Oh yes, the Columbo Gambit. One last question.
Objection!
Edgeworth, your honor, I must object. This charade of justice has gone on long enough. Judge. Now, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll give you one more question, that all. Phoenix, This is really it now. This is my last chance. What do I ask him about? Tell me about check-in. Tell me about when you checked in Miss May. Ice cap. Oh, alright. Very well, sir. My first thought was, that she was a beautiful, beautiful person. Weird, the text popped up in reverse. She's just my type of girl, so it was a disappointment, really. Thank you for following Pokey. Phoenix, I see. Excuse me, what exactly was a disappointment? Icecap, well, I am not without charm, sir, but even I had a little chance with her lover there. Phoenix, ... What did he say? What did you say? Icecap. Oh, or rather, quite. Bellboy, tell us the truth. Did Miss May check in with another person?
Objection!
Edward, I object if that was objectionable. Judge ... shaking head no. Objection overruled. The witness will answer the question. Icecapper, yes, I see. Why did you not mention this in your testimony? Double, you will, sir. You didn't ask. Phoenix, nice try. That's the sort of thing you're normally supposed to mention. Achaeans. Icecap, yes, quite. Indeed. It was the good barrister there, Mr. Edgeworth. Phoenix Hicks. Ah, tampering with the witness, I see. Icecap, he asked me not to mention it if I wasn't specifically asked, sir. Edgeworth. Oaf. You fool. Phoenix. I've done it, I've won. Miss April may checked into a twin room with a man. Correct. Icecap, yes, sir. Phoenix, then when you brought them room service. You didn't see that man in the room. Icecap, that's right, sir. Judge, who now did Edgeworth do the murder? Judge, Phoenix, Your Honor. We have just learned of another person involved who may have been the murderer. In light of this new fact, I hold that it's impossible to judge the defendant. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth. And who, Mr. Right? Who is this other person? simple it was. Hum. Well, it's not the bellboy because he just wanted the boo. It seems like April might not be the killer, but the accomplice therefore has to lure. And if the accomplice is Edgeworth. That's funny and sad. Phoenix, the man who checked in. With Miss May. Edgeworth, oof. Phoenix, your honor. As has been previously revealed, Miss April May was tapping the victim's phone. Yet Miss May herself has an alibi at the time of the murder. However, that does not clear the man that was with her. The bellboy saw no one else in the room at the time of the murder. Edgeworth and my, what a convenient little setup, but it's too late. Phoenix, too late. I suppose you'd like it if it was too late, wouldn't you? After all, it was you who hid the presence of the other man from this court. Edgeworth, oath. Abstract amateur. These accusations are ludicrous. Judge, enough. The court acknowledges the defense's argument. I expect the prosecution and defense to look into this matter fully. Am I understood? Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. Judge, that is all today for the trial of Maya Fey. Court is adjourned. September 7, 2024. Defendant lobby number 1. Maya, Mr. Wright. You were amazing in there. Phoenix are really. Maya, I think I might be your newest fan. Phoenix, oh, I was just doing my job, you know, here. Maya, then again, that other attorney was pretty cool, too. Phoenix? Maya, that face of his, with his eyes wide and trembling lips. Maya, it sent shivers up my spine. Phoenix, if you say so. Maya, so what happens with me? Do I get to go home now? When? No, I don't think so. Not yet. Maya. Oh, I see. Phoenix, but I got a great lead in today's trial. May A lead. Phoenix, that man with Miss Mackey's the key. Maya, oh yeah, oh I get it. Maya, what happened to Miss May after that anyway? Phoenix, I heard they arrested her. I guess she's learning her terms won't work everywhere. She's probably at the detention center now. I may have to go down there later. Anyway. This case is far from closed. Maya, yes sir. Phoenix, I'm going to find out more about this man. Good night, Strider. Strider. Maya, do you think he was the one who... Phoenix, maybe so. Mayasu. Phoenix, don't worry, I'll find him by tomorrow. I promise. way the bellboy worded things. It sounded like he said Edgeworth was the other person. But that may just be how I read it. I seem to recall there being a clue earlier that there was a second person. Maya, I'm counting on you. Phoenix, I asked for a full record of April May's testimony. I thought it might come in handy during the trial tomorrow. But now that I have it, I'm not so sure. Most of her testimony was all lies. In fact, there's only one part that hasn't been stricken from the record. I don't know how much good this will do me at all now. Do not sleep, Phoenix. Anyway, time to hit the pavement and do some investigating. Maya doesn't belong in that detention center, and it's up to me to set her free. Look at the time. Like 8 minutes till last time I saved it. It's been 5 hours. How are y'all doing?